Good morning, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV coming to you with breaking news. The Prime Minister of Slovakia, Robert Fico, has been shot. According to his Facebook page, he is in life-threatening condition. He is being transported by helicopter to get an acute procedure, and the next few hours will decide. That is just out recently on his official Facebook page. So we are going to bring you live coverage of this. Robert Fico, the head he is in practice the head political figure in the EU country Slovakia. He is the prime minister there, and he has been shot in an apparent assassination attempt. And again, he is in life-threatening condition. Actually, I'm going to adjust my headline just because I just saw when I was coming on the air the thing about him being in life-threatening condition. Let me really quickly here do this. In life-threatening condition. And let me I want to just get this all in the headline here, because I just saw it right as we were coming on the air. So it sounded very serious from his Facebook page. I'll actually show you right here the translation. This is the official Facebook page right there. Now, the translation's a little bit off because you see it says he was assassinated, and I think by that it means that he was shot in an assassination attempt. And you can see it says he was shot in an assassination attempt today. He has been shot multiple times and is currently in life-threatening condition. At this moment, he is transported by helicopter to, I'm probably pronouncing this wrong, Banska Bystrica, because it would take too long to get to Bratislava due to the necessity of an acute procedure. The next few hours will decide. Well, I hope he survives. Let me just real quick fix the headline right here because that's still off. So again, that translation on the official Facebook page, it's a little off. He is not, when it says he was assassinated, that's a poor translation. It should be he was shot in an assassination attempt, has been shot multiple times. He's currently in life-threatening condition. He is being transported by helicopter to get an acute procedure. And the next few hours will decide. That certainly sounds very, very serious. And Banska Bystrica is a city in central Slovakia. Hang on a second here. All right, so we want to bring you a live update here. Yes, there was somebody taken into custody at the scene. So I'm going to try to get you some more updates here. But this is the head of an EU country being shot and in life-threatening condition. And again, I'm literally getting that from his Facebook page that says he is in life-threatening condition. So whatever you're hearing, this is from the last, 15 minutes or so on his Facebook page. I guess right now it's I'm going to refresh this. This was posted on his Facebook page 19 minutes ago, that he's in life-threatening position. Life-threatening condition. All right, I'm going to check some of the local media and see what they have to say. He is known as a populist nationalist. His political positions have been described as populist, says Wikipedia. So we'll get into that. Let's see here. Hey, I want to say, just thank our moderators who are here. We have Kinetic, who is moderating, and BZ and Lyra Stars. They are all moderating. on YouTube. And we also have, hang on one moment here. We also have moderating Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, Good Luck Duck, I Got That Fire, and Papa Bear. They are all moderating over there on Twitch. And let me thank our Facebook mods as well. Give me one moment here. And then we will get into the updated reporting. But again, according to his Facebook page, he is in life-threatening condition. Christina Neal is moderating over there on Facebook. Thank you, Christina. All right, let me try to get you some updates from some of the local media there. I'm going to check a couple different outlets here. But again, he is the leading political figure in an EU country. I have a couple of local outlets here that I'm looking at right now to see if there are any updates on his condition. Oh, I think there's a comment from the President of the EU here. Yes, this is the President of the EU, Ursula von der Leyen, if I'm pronouncing that right, which maybe I'm not. The President of the EU Commission. She says, I strongly condemn the vile attack on Prime Minister Robert Fico. Such acts of violence have no place in our society and undermine democracy, our most precious common good. My thoughts are with Prime Minister Fico and his family. Hang on one moment here. BBC reports that he was shot as he greeted crowds in front of a cultural community center in the town of Handlova, where a government meeting had been held. There was a government. This was after a government meeting. One witness told a website, according to BBC, that she saw wounds to his head and chest. By the way, so I have posted a couple of videos on my X feed that others have posted. I can't show them on the air because of the nature of the, it's like of the terms of service and stuff like that. But what I will do is I will post, what I will do is, hang on a second here. What I will do is post the link to my X account, and you can go to my X account and you can see the videos there. All right. There's a video posted. Faytux News posted a video of the aftermath, where it's right after he's been shot and he's kind of keeled over. It looks like maybe he's holding his stomach. I had read a report earlier saying he'd been shot in the stomach, so I'm not sure where he's been shot. Hold on a second here. Hold on. I'm posting I'm posting my X account right now. So I just posted the link to my X account in the chat, and you'll see the link to the video that BNO News and Faytux News have posted. Again, I can't show that on the air, but let me try to get some updates from local media. Okay, I think I have an update for you right here. Hang on one moment. Hang on one moment. The Slovakian site SME reports. Oh, the president, who is, I believe, the titular head of the government, but the actual head of the government, in practice, the head of the government is the prime minister. The president will be making a statement, I believe, in about 24 minutes. The outlet called SME says that the shooter was a 50-year-old man. Again, that's according to SME, the shooter was a 50-year-old man. The New York Times described him as Slovakia's populist prime minister. They also said the exact nature of his injuries was not immediately known. Yeah, in the video, he is like stumbling towards his car, and then it looks like his security put him into the car. There's also video of the apparent suspect, photos I've seen of the apparent suspect on the ground at the scene. So one thing the New York Times says is Mr. Fico has aligned with the Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban in opposing aid to Ukraine and challenging mainstream opinions within the European Union. Okay? So again, I don't know if this has anything to do with why he was attacked, but the New York Times reports that Mr. Fico has aligned with the Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban in opposing aid to Ukraine and challenging mainstream opinions within the European Union. One other quote from the New York Times, one other report, they said, this is what they're saying, the New York Times, they're saying Fico has also followed Mr. Orban in trying to neuter his country's judiciary and in casting supporters of Ukraine as disloyal lackeys of the United States. Again, according to his Facebook page, he has been shot multiple times. He is currently in life-threatening condition. He is being, as of around 25 minutes ago, he was being transported by helicopter to get an acute procedure. And his official Facebook page says the next few hours will decide. I'll be taking some comments and questions as well. You can write to me on X @Lookner. Our viewer, Mega Kev, says, do you think Ukraine might be involved in this attack? I know nothing about why this was done, about the motivation of the attacker. The reporting suggests there is one attacker. A local outlet says that he was a 50-year-old man. I have no information on why that person did this. I'm going to check some more local reporting. But again, this is an EU country, and he is the leading political figure in this country. What is this here? Oops, sorry. Hang on. Oh, now this is interesting. A different local outlet called MNT is saying that the attacker was 71 years old. So one local outlet says the attacker was 50 years old. The other local outlet says the attacker was 71 years old. I don't know what the truth is, but I'm just passing that along. Okay? I just saw that. Two different outlets reporting two different things. I need to get a couple other things on the screen here. Hang on a moment here. Thanks for your patience while I get a couple other things on the screen. Checking a bunch of local reporting on this. Another local outlet called Plus says he was hit by 2 or 3 shots, allegedly in the limb, chest, and abdomen. I don't know what limb, maybe one of his limbs. According to Plus, someone from the crowd called out, "Robo, come here," and the shooting started. Again, this was after a government meeting. Now, there's some conflicting reporting. Plus had posted that a source told Plus he is out of danger and they're going to operate on him. However, his own Facebook page, the most recent post on his Facebook page from 33 minutes ago, says he is in life-threatening condition. He has been shot multiple times. He is being transported by helicopter to get an acute procedure. So until I hear a better source, I'm going to go with the official announcement by his Facebook page that says he is in life-threatening condition, because that is what his official page says. So I will go with that. And again, I hope he survives. If I hear some other report, I will let you know. You can message me on X @Lookner. Let me just keep checking some of the local media here and see if I make sure I don't have any other local updates. Now, there's another report here. This is just, there's all these different reports about where he was shot. Another outlet, Novicast, says according to TVJOJ, he was shot in the leg and the hand. But again, multiple reports say he was shot in the chest or stomach. Oh, and this outlet, another Slovak outlet, says the shooter was a 60-year-old man. So we have different local reports that the shooter was 50, 60, and 71. Oh, another local outlet reports he was shot twice in the abdomen and chest. I have a bunch of different outlets I'm looking at. Okay, so the outlet Started Up, which is a Czech outlet, a Slovak outlet, Started Up. They say that according to HN Online, the assassin is 71 years old. So I will let you know when I hear more on that. Again, he is the leading political figure in I believe it's this in Slovakia, the Slovak Republic, known as Slovakia. Mr. Showtime says, looks like he was shot in the chest and stomach. In the video I saw, it certainly looked like he had been shot somewhere in the midsection. It seemed to be how he was walking towards stumbling towards his car. Quick thanks to Gordon Gott and Chris Loudemy. Chris says, any idea on a motive? I have no idea right now. That I can't tell you. I'm going to put quotes on my headline because I'm getting that he's in life-threatening condition from his own official Facebook page. So, actually, I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to leave it there. I mean, it's literally his official Facebook page. The official Facebook page of Robert Fico says he is in life-threatening condition. So I'm going to leave it up there. At a certain point, I have to go with that. So I'm going to assume they're being forthright about this. Did they catch the shooter? Yes. Apparently. There was somebody taken into custody. Yes, the gunman was apprehended. I am seeing a report about that. By the way, the Wall Street Journal says that Fico has been the most prominent political figure in Slovakia for 2 decades. Last year, he won election in part on a promise to drastically curtail support for Ukraine in its conflict with Russia. So I have no idea if his position on Russia, on Ukraine, support for Ukraine, or anything else. I don't know what was in the mind of the shooter. The Wall Street Journal reports that Fico veered sharply to the right after Europe's 2015 migration crisis, joining Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban in staking out an increasingly pro-Russian foreign policy within the European Union and the NATO military alliance. He resigned in 2018 after the murder of an anti-corruption reporter sparked protests in Slovakia, only to ride a more nationalistic campaign to his 4th term in office last year. Our viewer Mike Prozac the opinion of our viewer Mike Prozac is that Fico is an extremely divisive person. Half the country thinks he is a god, the other despises him. Imagine like USA Republicans versus Democrats on steroids. That's what our viewer says. You know, I don't know what security is normally like in Slovakia. I mean, he is the head of an EU country. I don't know, like, if that is just something where, like, is there less security there in some countries because this doesn't happen there, or people don't have guns? I actually should check about that, if I can find anything about it. I don't know if I'll be able to find anything kind of quickly about what about that stuff, but I'd be interested in knowing that. I don't have anything obvious on it. You know, you can read stuff about like the laws in a country, but that doesn't really tell you like how the situation is there. This person, Tina Clubs, mentioned to me on X, she said, no way the shooter is 60s from the pictures I've seen. Yeah, I mean, I saw one picture, a couple pictures supposedly of the shooter. He didn't look like he was 71. We've seen reports that he was 50, 60, or 71. But I can't tell you which, if any of those are true. There's no update yet from his Facebook page, which still says he's in life-threatening condition. Let me check some of the local media outlets. That's what I'm looking at here. Oh, this is interesting. So, according to SME, a former state secretary, Kralovic, said, this is something that will fundamentally change the security situation and the mood in society in the near future. Viktor Orban, who some articles have said has some similar policies to Robert Fico, he is the Prime Minister of Hungary. Viktor Orban posted, I was deeply shocked by the heinous attack against my friend, Prime Minister Robert Fico. We pray for his health and quick recovery. God bless him and his country. Oh, how old is Robert Fico? That is a great question. I didn't say that. Now, I went to his Wikipedia page, and his Wikipedia page does not give an age for Robert Fico. I mean, you could probably hazard a guess by the picture here, but I don't have a specific age for him. I will see if I can find it somewhere. I mean, Google says he's 59. Google says he's 59, so for whatever that's worth. Oh, does Wikipedia actually have an age? Oh, yes, it does. I'm sorry. It does. My mistake. Yes, he is 59. He is 59. I didn't see it here. 59 years old. All right, I'm going to check, allow me to check some more sources here. But the latest we heard from his official Facebook page is that he is in life-threatening condition, having been shot multiple times, and is being taken by helicopter to get an acute procedure. We don't know the exact number of times he was shot, and we don't know the exact location of the shots. There are different reports. It does seem like possibly he got shot in the chest or abdomen, because the video makes it look like that, where he is looks like he is keeled over as he is moving towards his, stumbling towards his car, where he was taken by his security team. I am checking some other reports here. Yeah, it's weird. You know, I'm seeing like a report from a Russian outlet about, it's a Russian like Telegram channel, and it's claiming this is the assassin, or this is the shooter, but it doesn't really look like the photos I've seen of somebody in custody. So I'm not going to really report anything yet about, I'm not going to start saying this is the person who did it until I have better sourcing on this. There's supposed to be, oh. Hey guys, I have something here. I have a live stream from Slovakia, I think. Guys, hang on. I think I have a live stream from Slovakia via Reuters I can show you. So let me pull this up on the screen. I'm going to put this up on the screen. This is via Reuters. Hang on a moment. Let's see here. Right there. That is via Reuters, and let me try to figure out what we're looking at. But this is, so this is, it's not going to be in English. Okay, so I'm going to put a graphic on the screen here. Oops. Hope we didn't lose the video. We may, further live coverage is expected. So we don't have the video right now. Again, that was via Reuters. Looks like we lost it. Had it and lost it. It's not being posted right now. So if I get it back, I'll show it to you. Oh, Ukrainian President Zelensky posted about this. Now again, Robert Fico is noted for a position of not wanting to provide support for Ukraine. He opposes aid to Ukraine, according to the New York Times. Now, here is what President Zelensky said about this. Here, this is from Zelensky's, Ukrainian President Zelensky's X account. He says the attack on Slovakia's Prime Minister Robert Fico is appalling. We strongly condemn this act of violence against our neighboring partner states' head of government. Every effort should be made to ensure that violence does not become the norm in any country, form, or sphere. We sincerely hope Robert Fico recovers soon and express our solidarity with the people of Slovakia. Let me also do one other thing here. Give me one moment. I'm just going to pull something up on the screen, guys, real quick. Let's do this. Just going to show you where this is. I'm going to do it like this. Oops. Slovakia. Slovakia actually does share a border with Ukraine. You can see it right there on the screen. See? Slovakia here. Ukraine here. Also shares borders with Romania, Hungary, Austria, Czechia, and Poland. Again, he has been shot multiple times by a shooter. His Facebook page says he is in life-threatening condition, undergoing an acute procedure. We don't know what the motivation of the shooter was. He got shot after a government meeting. Yeah, I lost that video that I had for a few seconds. They were showing it on Reuters and they're not showing it at the moment. Okay, let's try to get you some more updates here. I'm sorry, did I say, I misread the map. I think I misread the map. Hang on a second here. I'm sorry, yes. It does not share a border with Romania, obviously, as our chat pointed out. I just mislooked at the map. It's near Romania, but does not share a border with Romania. The borders it shares are Ukraine, Hungary, Austria, Czechia, and Poland. My bad. Thank you, chat. Sorry, I was just mislooking at the map. Started Up says that it echoes his Facebook page and saying he is in Banska Bystrica being operated on at a hospital there. Again, he is the leading political figure. For a long time, he's been, for multiple decades, I believe, he's been the leading political figure in Slovakia, a EU country. One of our viewers mentioned there was a news conference going on. Yeah, I can't, I'll see what's reported about that. Let me just see if I have something here on that. I can't just steal footage. I can only show footage I actually have access to. But what I can do here is check this. Hang on. One moment. Yeah, so I'll keep checking here. Maybe if there's something reported in the press conference, I'm sure I'll hear about it like very shortly because I'm checking a bunch of sources here. Yes, the shooter is reportedly in custody. But we do not have an update on the shooter. I don't have anything reliable on the shooter. Oh, I just saw something else here. So one outlet in Slovakia called CAS, they said that the operations center of the Emergency Health Service of the Slovak Republic said that the intervention is still ongoing. I'm actually eyeballing a picture on TV, which I can't steal, but it shows him being taken off of a medical helicopter. I assume being wheeled towards surgery. Again, he was shot after a government meeting. So I'm just trying to get you more information, checking a bunch of local outlets and different outlets here, checking the chat. You can write to me on X, post in the chat. There's a HN Online is another Slovakian outlet, and they're saying that the shooter was detained. So HN claims the shooter is 71-year-old Juraj C. Now I'll say this: it's hard for me to say. I've seen a couple pictures of the person on the ground who's apparently the shooter. It didn't seem like they were 71, but maybe it was just, I might be wrong about how old the person was. The time in Slovakia, by the way, is the time there is 4:54 p.m. Hang on here. Yeah, and the official government statement is that he is in life-threatening condition. It's also interesting, HN Online, which is a Slovak publication, they have like an editorial, and it's like paywalled, but just to give you an idea, it starts by saying that hatred, rudeness, vulgarity have been creeping into domestic politics for years. And the headline says, the shooting of the Prime Minister is the last signal that tells us to step on the brakes. The Independent calls Fico a well-known ally of Russian President Putin. It says also he is known for his tirades against journalists. That's what the Independent from the UK says. CNN says he won a third term as Slovakian Prime Minister last October after running a campaign that criticized Western support for Ukraine. He had pledged an immediate end to Slovak military support for Ukraine, also is a close ally of Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orban. I do not know what the motive of the shooter was. Sunny Freeze says Fico is a highly polarizing politician. Slovaks are demonstrating against him since 2006 as he is interfering in judiciary and public media. Irene Ericos says pic of the shooter being arrested looked younger than 70. I mean, by the way, you know, a lot of times when breaking news like this happens, some initial reports turn out to be wrong. So it could turn out that some of these reports of the age, well, there's different reports of the shooter's age. Breaking news on something else. CNN is announcing that there will be a Trump-Biden debate on June 27th, according to Jennifer Jacobs. CNN is announcing there will be a Trump-Biden debate on June 27th. I just reposted that on my X account. Yes. Biden and Trump accept CNN's invitation for a June 27th presidential debate. So again, I'm actually surprised by that. I didn't think they were going to debate, but they are. No, I don't think I'll be allowed to stream it. I'll probably do coverage of it, but I don't think I'll be able to. I don't think I'll be permitted to steal CNN's footage. They own that, so they're going to run it. If I have access to footage, I will show it, but I don't think I will. Anyways, so sorry, that has nothing to do with this story, but I did want to pass that along. That is in about 6 weeks. That'll be a big event. Hey, thanks to our moderators for being with us as we try to get you more information on this. We have moderating right now. RJ is moderating. Thanks, RJ. We also have moderating right now. BZ is moderating. Lyra Stars is moderating. Thank you. Thanks also to our Twitch moderators, Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, Good Luck Duck, I Got That Fire, and Papa Bear. Thanks to our Facebook moderators, Kay Larry, Body, Christina Neal. Really appreciate all of our moderators. I also want to say a quick thanks to Haniel Vargas, who thinks there's parallels here to Shinzo Abe. Now, Shinzo Abe, when he was attacked in Japan, hang on a second here. He was the former prime minister, and when he was attacked and killed, Robert Fico is the current prime minister. Shinzo Abe was shot to death while speaking at a political event. We actually covered that. So, yeah, I mean, both of them were shot in public. So, I remember there being concerns about the security that allowed Abe to get shot. I did read you I think it was a former Slovak government official, a quote from the former, I believe it was a Slovak government official who said that he thought this would change the security situation in Slovakia, perhaps with how they protect politicians. Thank you so much, Haniel Vargas. Also, Catsy and Rocket Queen and Joner Games, our members Shaf and Ray Serrano. And also, thanks on Twitch to Pork Binks and Warlord Wolf and Zbot881 for subscribing over there. Let's see if we can get you more updates here. So again, I hope he survives. The government says that he is in life-threatening condition, undergoing an acute procedure. Let me just do a quick kind of look through of some of the local outlets and see what they're reporting, if they have any updates here. Started Up reports that several ministers and members of parliament have gone to the hospital where he is being operated on. Yet no new update on the official Facebook page that says he was shot multiple times in his life-threatening condition and he's undergoing a acute procedure. Not a lot of information coming out the last few minutes. But I will do my best to get you more. One of our viewers said that I can't find the original comment, but one of our viewers said something like, it's a positive sign that we haven't heard that he's dead. I mean, yeah, so it's good that we haven't heard that he has passed away, but very concerning, obviously, to hear that he is in life-threatening condition. He was outside after a government meeting. I believe he may have been like greeting people outside. Yeah, I believe he was greeting people outside after a government meeting. That's what I've seen reported. There is an editorial in this outlet called Denik in Slovakia, where it says, it begins by saying, "This is where the entire post-November stage of democratic politics in Slovakia ends." It's another one of these editorials talking about how, I guess there's been recently a lot of hostility in Slovakian politics. And then this article says that politicians are killed in Russia or Latin America. It's a sign of totalitarian societies. Slovakia has never been like that before. We must do everything to prevent it from happening again. Yes, and again, to point out, he did campaign last year on stopping aid to Ukraine. I don't know if that has anything to do with why the person who shot him. I don't know. We have heard no reliable reporting at all on a motive. What is the suspect's nationality? That has not been confirmed. There's been no reporting that he is not from Slovakia, but that has not been confirmed. Yeah, there's a lot of, rumors going around, just totally unconfirmed reports on who the shooter is. So they're just not reliable right now. Oh, interesting, by the way. So there will be no, so this is a different story. But I just saw, so one thing I mentioned is CNN has announced that President Biden and former President Trump will debate on CNN on June 27th. And I just saw a press release from CNN, which I reposted on my X account, posted by Shelby Talcott, where CNN says there will be no audience present, no live audience at the Trump-Biden debate on June 27th. So I wanted to pass that along to you. I also wanted to mention again, I can't show it. There is a video that has been posted multiple places of the aftermath of the shooting of Robert Fico, where he is stumbling towards his car. I reposted the version that Faytux News posted. I can't show it on the air. If you want to see it, you can look on my X account, and I will post a link to my X account in the chat. But I can't show that on the air. Yeah, in the video, what you see is he is stumbling towards his car, and security people grab him and toss him into the car. And then you also, if I remember right, the camera pans over, and then you see a person being taken into custody on the ground as the car drives away. By the way, also regarding this other news about a Trump-Biden debate, Caitlin Collins reports that Trump confirms he will participate in the CNN debate with Biden on June 27th? The answer is yes, I will accept, Trump says to Caitlin Collins. We will definitely do coverage of that. I don't believe we'll have footage of it, but we will do some sort of stream anyway. Trying to get you more details here on Robert Fico, the Prime Minister of EU country, Slovakia. He is the leading political figure in that country, and he has been shot multiple times by apparently a person who's trying to kill him. And he is in life-threatening condition. He is undergoing surgery. Hang on a second here. Sky News reports that the leader of the Slovak opposition party strongly condemns the attack. Don't know why this has happened. Reuters says that Fico became prime minister for the 4th time last year after shifting political gears to appeal to a changing electorate. During a 3-decade career, he has moved between the pro-European mainstream and nationalistic positions opposed to European Union and U.S. policies. Currently, I've seen him described as a nationalist. He is also known for opposing aid to Ukraine. Reuters says he has shown a willingness to change course depending on public opinion or changed political realities. Yes, he is in his 4th term as prime minister. The Times UK says Slovakia, which shares a border with Ukraine, had stood firmly by Kyiv's side, but there has been a pronounced shift in policy and rhetoric since the more Russia-friendly Robert Fico returned to power. In January, he vowed to veto Ukraine's accession to NATO. It said he rode a wave of popular resentment against the costs of the war and the instability it had provoked. Something else to note, according to the Times UK, while in office, Fico has stuck to his pledge to not provide any military aid from Slovakia, but he has not blocked arms shipments through Slovakian territory, and he has not blocked European Union funding for Ukraine. Trying to get you some. I'm seeing this reported a couple places. So I've seen the age and name of the shooter reported a couple places, so I'll pass this along. SME in Slovakia says the shooter is Juraj Cintula. And they say he is a 71-year-old writer. A member of the Association of Slovak Writers. So I've seen that name and the age a couple different places. So if I hear more on that, I'll let you know. But that's a couple different outlets are reporting that. Look, and I don't even know, this might not be political in nature. I remember when Shinzo Abe, the former prime minister, was shot. If I remember that right, in Japan, when he was assassinated, it was believed that the shooter, it was some sort of religious motivation, where I believe the shooter had if I'm remembering right, had some sort of beef with a religious group and felt that Shinzo Abe was tied to that religious group. So it was political, but it wasn't like, it was kind of the Shinzo Abe assassination, if I can find it here. Yes, according to Wikipedia, this was the Shinzo Abe assassination in Japan a couple years ago. That shooter told investigators he had shot Abe in relation to a grudge he held against the Unification Church, a new religious movement to which Abe and his family had political ties, over his mother's bankruptcy in 2002. So I can't say right now, we don't know what the shooter's motivation was. Could be political. Maybe the shooter had some kind of crazy beliefs about about Robert Fico. Maybe the shooter, maybe the shooter left a note and what he said makes no sense, So we just can't say right now. Trying to get you some more updates here, guys. Give me one moment. Yeah, BBC says he was greeting crowds in front of a cultural community center where a government meeting had been held, and then say he got shot several times. According to AFP, since he was elected last October, Fico has made a string of remarks that have soured times between Slovakia and their neighbor Ukraine. He has notably questioned Ukraine's sovereignty and called for a compromise with Russia. He has also sparked mass protests with controversial changes, including a media law that critics say will undermine the impartiality of public television and radio. So, I've heard some reports suggesting that there's some comments suggesting that the politics recently in Slovakia, I don't know how far this goes back, has been pretty impassioned and angry and divisive. So I don't know if that had any kind of role in this. Thanks to Debbie James, by the way. But again, I do not know. We don't have any reports on a motive right now. No reports on motive. Yeah, B&O News also posted, B&O News Live posted a video of him being carried in on a stretcher to the hospital. You can't really see him, though. He's like under a white blanket. So I believe he's been at the hospital. I saw reported that he was taken to the hospital around 4 in a helicopter, and that was over an hour ago. So we still don't have any update on his condition. His official Facebook page said, when did they post he was in life-threatening condition? That was posted at an hour and a half ago. There's been no official update since an hour and a half ago when it said he had been in life-threatening condition and was undergoing an acute procedure. Matt says there's a news outlet in Slovakia that posted a video of footage of the incident where 5 gunshots were heard. Let me do some more checks here in local media, see if anything else comes up here. Yeah, multiple outlets in Slovakia are reporting that the shooter was a 71-year-old man. Hang on a moment here. The outlet MNT in Slovakia says that the shooter had a gun legally. And they said the shooter was from Levice. Levice, Slovakia. So if that's true, if the shooter was from Levice and the shooting was in Handlova, so according to Google Maps, Levice is about an hour drive from Handlova, where he was shot. I can't confirm. I know he was shot in Handlova. I don't know for sure that the shooter is from Levice. But if it's true the shooter was from Levice, then the shooting happened about an hour from where he is from. Again, he was shot multiple times. Oh, let me show you something else if I can find this here. can't find this quote, so I don't want to give it. Yeah, we still don't have any updates. The Wall Street Journal says a social democrat who emerged in the 1990s, Fico veered sharply to the right after Europe's 2015 migration crisis, joining Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban in staking out an increasingly pro-Russian foreign policy. He has managed to avoid outright conflict with Europe or the U.S., quietly supporting Ukraine and other consensus positions within the EU or NATO on some issues, and vocally opposing the Western establishment on others. So again, he campaigned on stopping Slovakian aid to Ukraine, and Slovakia is not sending any aid to Ukraine since he was elected last year, but they are not blocking, for example, weapons being shipped to Ukraine through Slovakia or EU aid to Ukraine. And I see him described as a nationalist populist, ideologically close to Viktor Orban in Hungary. Thank you, Wumpy, for your support. Why don't I use ChatGPT to help you out during your streams? It's easy to verify what it gives you if you want to double check your work. Well, first of all, ChatGPT is not independently reporting anything, right? So I'm not going to get anything that ChatGPT would say. I'd have to just check the original source, because so I mean, maybe there's other ways that you think it could help. Feel free to suggest that. It's an interesting suggestion, but just in terms of news, it's nothing it says is independent. It would be grabbing it from somewhere else. So I would need to go to the other source anyway, is what I'm saying. Jeffrey says you can ask ChatGPT for the sources. So yeah, I mean, it's an interesting suggestion to see, to check it and see if maybe it is. I don't even know if ChatGPT these days is posting breaking news stuff. I haven't tried it, but maybe I'll check it. Or help for context. I think maybe what Wumpy is saying is just if you have a general question, like you could say, what is the gun policy like in Slovakia? You could use something like that, or there's other AI sources as well. So it's an interesting suggestion. Thank you, Wumpy. At least as a place to, get some other sources, or it can direct you somewhere. Thanks for the suggestion. I don't know anything about the weapon that was used. So I would like to get you some more updates here, but I haven't seen anything. Oh, hold on a second. Guys. Hey guys, there's a new video that shows the assassination attempt. Now I can't, B&O News posted it. I can't show it on the air, but I will post a link in the chat. Yes, the shooter's in custody. So you can check the link if you want. B&O News posted a link to a new video posted by Shot of the assassination attempt. It's not a graphic video, but I still can't post it. So I just posted the link. So it shows Robert Fico going over to like a fence. There's like a fence, and then there's just some people gathered behind the fence. He's going to greet these people. And as he's going over to the fence, and he has some security around him, a person just comes up and points a gun at him and shoots him. Right next to him, basically. It's also kind of strange because, well, I mean, I don't know what things are like there, but like he has security around him, but nobody's in front of him, you know. So, you know, there's several security guards around him, but they're not in front of him. So he just walks up to this crowd. I don't know, you know, did they not like vet the crowd there or something? It's Fico. Yeah, guys, I watched 3 different news videos that all pronounce it Fico, so I'm going with Fico. Anyways, I just posted the link. I'll post it again. One of our viewers mentioned a different report. Let me see if I can find it. Hang on. No, I don't have anything new there. Let me check for some updates here. I didn't even check this. Give me one moment here. Sorry. Yes, so there's 5 shots. Yeah, I heard 5 shots on the video. Looked like a handgun. Looked like a handgun in the video. But it does look like there's 5 shots on the video. Sound like it. DDW thinks security was very lax. You know, just again, I don't know what it's normally like there. You know, he goes up to this fence where people are standing. I don't know if he has some security around him, not in front of him, but I don't know if there was any checking done on like who would be standing at that fence. But literally the guy just walks up like right next to him, over the fence, and just shoots at him from very close. Dennis Melser says it was lax because we don't get shootings here very much. That's what our viewer Dennis says. All right, so we're trying to get you more updates here. As of like an hour and 45 minutes ago, his official page had reported he was in life-threatening condition and about to undergo uh, acute procedure. So I assume he's still in surgery. I haven't heard anything otherwise. But I don't have an update on his condition. Again, the shooter was reportedly a 71-year-old man who lived about an hour away. It was from Levis, they said. I've seen outlets say. No, I don't know how I hope he survives. If he were not survive or not be able to continue serving, even if he survives, I don't know how they would handle that. I don't know enough about about the way their government operates there. But yeah, you can find that video. I reposted it on my X account. You can find it there. It just is. I mean, the guy just walked. Again, the prime minister walks up to a fence and to greet some people, and the shooter just, you know. I mean, he shot him. No joke. I think the gun was like a foot away from him. The shooter was that close. The shooter literally reaches out over the fence and points the gun at the prime minister, and the gun must be like a foot or two away from the prime minister. Also, you know what else? It's like that I'm noticing about the video as I watch it. Yeah, it's like, I mean, the one lax thing about the security is that the guy who shot him walks up to the fence and goes like this. You would think as soon as somebody goes like this, like he had time to walk up and do this and then shoot, right? So you would think security would be watching for something like that. No, I can't tell exactly where he shot in the video. Again, it's been reported he was shot in the chest or stomach, and there's another video of him that's on my X account that I reposted, which shows him kind of looks like he's holding his midsection as he stumbles toward his car. But I mean, it's like Azure Fire says they didn't expect it. This is Europe. Not everyone has guns here. But just crazy. But I saw a report in Slovakian media that he owned his gun legally. But it was clearly not the situation that the security was like, if anyone approaches the fence, we're gonna like not let them do that. That's not what happened. The guy like walked up and had time to put his arm out and shoot like 5 shots. Yeah, again, I'm going to post the link to my X account and you can find the videos there. My X account. Go to my X account and you can find the various videos. I just posted the link. It's Lookner at Lookner on X. It's a website. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. The guy didn't walk up. He was, right. So as one of our viewers said, now that I look at it again, the guy was standing there. So he didn't walk up. But he certainly had time to reach out his arm and point and then shoot a number of times. My point is, I think there would be cases in which security would be such that if you were standing near like some prominent person and you did this, that would be enough to like shoot at you or something like that. So he turned and he leaned over. He leans his arm over the fence and starts pointing. So, you know. So it's just interesting. Again, maybe they're just not expecting that to happen. So I don't know how things normally are there, but I do think there are some situations in which they would be looking for something like that. When do you hear the first one? Hang on. You know, another thing is there were 5 shots. It looks like maybe he had time to get off 5 shots. It looks like maybe by the 4th and 5th shot, he's being wrangled. So I don't know if it's the first few shots that hit. Parla Media says Europe is different from the U.S. Breaking news. So I told you guys, not on this. Another story we're following is the debates. So we already heard CNN is reporting that Biden and Trump will debate on CNN on June 27th. Jennifer Jacobs, who is with Bloomberg, says Trump has accepted ABC News' offer to debate Biden on September 10th. So it looks like, yes, Joe Biden just posted that he is accepted as well. So there's going to be a debate on September 10th as well between Biden and Trump. So that's the second debate has been set, okay, between Trump and Biden in the U.S. They will be debating on June 27th and September 10th. The September 10th will be on ABC News. Biden himself just posted about the September 10th one. You know, interesting, Just Me says, has RFK Jr. not been invited? I guess not. Jelly Plane thinks maybe there'll be a debate on Fox. I don't know, but there's 2. Update. I have an update for you. The Slovak outlet MNT reports information about Robert Fico's health is embargoed, which would mean that press is not allowed to report it, I believe. They say, according to Marquisa, mobile phones were taken from medical staff at the emergency room. According to television, Fico underwent a CT scan. It is not known what other procedures he underwent. But again, MNT in Slovakia is reporting that information about Fico's health is embargoed. According to Markiza, mobile phones were taken from medical staff at the emergency room. Yeah, there hasn't been really much update on his condition at all. Sorry, I'm checking a couple messages people have sent me. Norman Zolkos says if they took cell phones, I feel he may have passed. Well, they might have taken cell phones, for example, from the medical staff before they even operated on him. Maybe they were just concerned about information getting out. So I don't know when that happened. I could see a world in which when the people, before he goes in there, they say, hand over your cell phones. We're not having any kind of, photos get out of this. So we don't know the motivation. Again, he is known from everything I can gather. Recent politics in Slovakia has been pretty divisive, pretty divided. He was elected at the end of last year with a promise to. He campaigned against support for Ukraine, continued for support for Ukraine in the war, in fighting off the invasion of Russia. He is known as a nationalist. Little summary from Wall Street Journal said, by the way, Wall Street Journal says political violence is rare in Slovakia as well as in the wider region, but tensions have risen in recent years with an increase in political populism that has seen parties smear each other in increasingly denigrating terms. They said that the politics are polarized in Slovakia. Political extremism has been bubbling up in Slovakia for years, they say. Something else to point out, according to the Wall Street Journal, the 2018 murder of a Slovak reporter and his fiancée in their home prompted the largest demonstrations since the fall of communism and pressured Fico to resign. After stepping down, Fico himself started staking out increasingly right-wing positions and gaining support from voters disenchanted with the country's more pro-European technocrat and liberal leadership. Also, according to BBC, a former advisor to Slovakia's deputy foreign minister said the political climate in Slovakia has been polarized for a number of years, saying, "I'm sorry to say this was coming." Array says Fico said in an interview in January that he'd veto Ukraine joining NATO. Yeah, I did see, we read an article talking about that earlier, that his position was against Ukraine joining NATO. Here is an update about the attacker, according to MNT, which is an outlet in Slovakia. They say, as do other outlets, that the shooter was a 71-year-old man from Levice, which is about an hour away from the shooting. They say the attacker was a member of the leftist Rainbow Literary Club and wrote poems. He had worked as a security guard in a shopping center in the past. But again, we don't know any specifics about why he did this. There's been no reporting on the motive of the shooter. Thank you to Provo One, by the way. And also thank you to Janet Burnett. Again, I hope he survives. Waiting to get you some information about his condition. I have reposted on my X account videos of both the assassination attempt and the aftermath that were posted by others. If you want to see those, you can go to my X account and I will post the link again in the chat. If you just scroll down, you'll see the two videos posted by BNO News and Phaetex News. Thanks again to all of our moderators. We have BZ moderating. Thank you so much, BZ, and Kinetic moderating as well. Also, Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, Good Luck Duck, Papa Bear, and I Got That Fire. Also, Kay Lowry Body. Christina Neal, thank you. I believe that, let me just double check here. It's almost 6 p.m. Slovakia time. His official Facebook page posted 2 hours ago that he was in life-threatening condition and had been shot multiple times and was about to go and undergo an acute procedure. And since then, there's been basically no update on his condition. According to Start It Up, the Minister of the Interior said that this is the worst day of the 31-year Slovak democracy. It's interesting, the Minister of the Interior, according to Start It Up, said that the shooter intended to, he said, someone decided to express a political opinion, not in elections, but with a gun on the street. So the Minister of the Interior seems to be suggesting that it was politically motivated. But, that has not been confirmed. But that's a quote from the Minister of the Interior in Start It Up. LL says, seems that way. Alex says, we have no idea, to be honest. Yeah, so that has not been confirmed. But again, this is an EU country. He is the leading political figure in this country. Okay, hang on a moment here. I just need to take 1 minute. I'm going to take 1 minute. I'm coming right back, and we'll continue our live coverage in 1 minute. Thanks everybody for your patience. We are back. I'm going to see if I can get you any updates here. Oops. Breaking news. According to Denick, well, let me get it from Denick. MNT says, according to Denick, he is still in the operating room. Let me check that out for myself. Hang on. One moment. I have a couple updates here. Yes. Yes. No, this is it. Yeah, this is it. According to Denick, yes, I am looking at Denick. Denick in Slovakia says he is still in the operating room. Slovakian news outlet Denick. Prime Minister Robert Fico is still in the operating room after being shot several hours ago. So they just posted that. Again, they said he is still in the operating room. Jen R. says acute procedures are complicated and difficult and do take time. So he has been in the operating room for about 2 hours. By the way, multiple outlets are now reporting that the shooter is a 71-year-old resident of Levis, however you pronounce it, which is about an hour away from the shooting site. And he has written poetry. He is a writer that has written poetry, also worked reportedly as a security guard at a mall. Actually, I will say this. I can't show the picture because it's a little bit graphic because it's got some blood on it. But there is a picture of the shooter on the ground from one of these Slovakian news outlets. And he does look like he could be 71. He's got like a gray mustache and beard. He legally owned the weapon according to multiple reports. An interesting little thing reported by the Slovak news outlet Pravda. They say that in 2016, when the shooter was working at a security guard in a department store, he was attacked by somebody who was on drugs and had injuries all over his body and could not work for a long time. So I don't know if he had some sort of anger about that. I have no idea. You know, it's interesting. They have in Pravda, which is this Slovak outlet. It looks like they've gone through some of the stuff he has posted. The shooter has posted online. You know, they're not saying that he was like. They're not saying like oh, he posted all this stuff about how much he hates Robert Fico. They're not saying that. They're talking about how. There was a post in which he had criticized the government headed by Fico for not fighting enough against gambling, you know. But that was a few years ago. So far, I mean, they have some stuff about his writings from the past, but nothing so far I've seen says like, oh, he was posting all this stuff online about how much he hated Robert Fico. So we'll have to just see what comes out. Okay, the outlet Pravda also says, this is not Russian Pravda, it's Slovakia Pravda. Slovakia Pravda says, one shot hit him in the abdominal cavity and the other injuries are not life-threatening. Okay? So, that is according to Slovakian outlet newspaper Pravda. One shot hit Prime Minister Robert Fico in the abdominal cavity. The other injuries are not life-threatening. Okay, so geriatric says abdominal cavity. I assume that it missed any organs. Isn't the stomach an organ? I think, do you mean like it missed his heart and lungs or something like that? Yeah, the stomach is an organ, but yeah, so again, that's just according to this newspaper Pravda. They say that the shot in the abdominal cavity is the really problematic one. Again, according to Pravda, no, according to Denik outlet in Slovakia, he is still in surgery. Norman Zolko says, I saw online saying he was a Putin ally. I mean, it depends on how you define ally, right? So I don't know enough about him to say that. I've heard it described that he ran for office last year, promising to withhold aid to stop direct Slovakian aid to Ukraine in their fight against Russia. So in that sense, he would be allied with Putin. But at the same time, he is still allowing Slovakia he's still allowing support to Ukraine to pass through Slovakia. Also, he has not attempted to prevent EU support for Ukraine, and he is a member. They are a member of the EU. He is seen as ideologically close to Viktor Orban, who some believe is, who, whether you call him an ally to, it just depends on how you define ally to Putin. There's different ways you could define the word ally. So I think it's probably better to just look at the individual policies. And I'm certainly not an expert on his politics, but those are some specifics. I've also read an article that described him as somebody who his views have changed over time, and someone who is willing to change his views to go along with like what he feels will bring him support. Oh, thanks, Gordon Gott, by the way. Thank you, Gordon. Gordon says lots of conspiracy theories hitting social media as expected. Politico says the populist prime minister won an election last September and has faced widespread criticism for polarizing politics in the Central European nation with pro-Russian comments and a push to extend state control over the media. So when will we get an update on his condition? That I do not know. Oh, Denik says that if he were to be ill for a long time, one of the deputy prime ministers would replace him. They also say that the last time a European prime minister was shot was 38 years ago, when the Swedish prime minister was killed. But he apparently has been undergoing surgery for over 2 hours now, it sounds like. We're supposed to get some live video, and that never happened. Again, according to the Wall Street Journal, he's been the most prominent political figure in Slovakia for 2 decades. He won last year's election in part on a promise to drastically curtail Slovak support for Ukraine in its conflict with Russia. And there are a couple videos that I've reposted on my X account if you want to see it, including a video of the assassination attempt. I will post a link to my X account in the chat. I'm sorry, I just don't have more updates for you right now. Let's see. Yeah, to repeat that outlet Denik said that there's a strict embargo on any information. Did Denik say that or somebody else? No, Pravda said that there's an embargo on information about his health and that cell phones, the hospital staff cell phones had been taken. So they just don't want information getting out, it sounds like. Yeah, I'm looking at local outlets and there's just nothing. It's weird. I mean, I hope it never happens, something like this never happens in the U.S., but I feel like if something like this happened in the U.S., you'd be hearing more reports about the person's condition. I mean, maybe not, but there's been like just nothing. Oh, hang on a second here. I saw something I want to mention. Yeah, when I say Pravda, that's Slovakian Pravda, not Russian Pravda. There's also a Ukrainian outlet, Pravda. So, hang on. One moment here. I saw something which I wanted to pass along. Oopsie, that's not what I wanted to do. So I saw a report. The second biggest political party in terms of seats in the National Council in Slovakia is PS. I believe it is. Progressive Slovakia. And I'm mentioning that for a reason. Robert Fico, his party is the SMER party. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, but that has the highest number of seats in the parliament. And then the second highest is this party called PS. And the reason I'm mentioning that is, according to HN Online in Slovakia, the chairman of Progressive Slovakia Party denies that the shooter was a member of his party. He says we share the horror of today's assassination attempt on the Prime Minister. He said, "We unequivocally deny he is a member of our movement. There is no link whatsoever between him to our party or our members." Yes. And then Started Up says the same thing. Shortly after the shooting, a news outlet Started Up says there were unconfirmed reports that the assassin was a member of the party Progressive Slovakia, but the party says he was not. This was several hours ago. He's been in surgery for over 2 hours. He was an amateur writer, the shooter. Hang on one moment here. I'm going to post a link to another video. So there have been videos. It might be the same video that was posted. I can't show it on the air of the assassination attempt. It looked like. You don't see like blood and stuff, but it gives you kind of an overview of what happened. So it's a YouTube video posted by it's like a television network that I think they're the ones who originally shot it. So I can't show it on the air. I'll post a link if you want to see what happened, how it happened. Again, it's not graphic in the sense of you don't see blood and stuff, but you do see what happened. So, just be aware. Hang on a second here. Pull it up here. But I can't show it on the air. The first Manticore, our viewer, says 2 hours in surgery is not unusual, especially considering the gut shot and other lesser wounds. Oh, one of our viewers pointed something out. Yes, in addition to being in the EU, Slovakia is also in NATO. Martin Duricki wrote in, he says he works in for a political party in Slovakia. He says the atmosphere in society was very escalated since COVID. Martin also says Robert Fico was the leader of that at that time of the opposition and organized many protests against the pandemic measures. After the 2023 election, Martin says, the situation escalated even more when Fico's government decided to abolish the special prosecution, which led to the biggest protests in Slovakia since the assassination of a journalist, which I think was in 2018, Jan Cusiak. Also, he says Fico's government was under a big pressure from the opposition and the European Union due to their policies. Thank you, Martin, for writing in. I still have no update about his condition. checking a bunch of different sources here. The New York Times says much of the international focus on Mr. Fico's leadership in recent years has focused on his ties to President Putin of Russia and Prime Minister Viktor Orban of Hungary, Slovakia's southern neighbor. He resigned as prime minister in 2018 following mass demonstrations over the murder of a journalist and his fiancée who had been uncovering government corruption. The protests were the largest seen since the country gained independence. He regained power in an election last fall, campaigning against sanctions that were imposed on Russia after it invaded Ukraine. He also vowed that not one round of ammunition should be sent to Ukraine from Slovakia. And again, the interior minister, and we don't have confirmation of what the motive was. The interior minister, who I think would be responsible for like law enforcement, he wrote this. This is from the interior minister. I'm going to pronounce this wrong, but Matus Sutaj Estok, who's the interior minister of Slovakia. And he says for the first time, it's the worst day of our democracy in Slovakia. For the first time in 31 years of our democratic sovereign republic, it happened that someone decided to express political opinion, not in elections, but with a gun on the street. So, I mean, that suggests it was a political assassination attempt. It's not been confirmed yet, but it's what it's suggesting. And with the intention, not arguably, but physically, to eliminate a political opponent. He says it's a huge warning to society that if we don't stop now, we will destroy everything that binds us as a nation. Okay, so, I mean, the interior minister usually is in charge of public security, so I would think he has some information. So he thinks that this was a political assassination attempt. Trying to get you some updates here. Yeah, I don't know when I'm going to wait a few more minutes here. I might take a little break because I mean, it could be hours until we get updates, you know? But so little coming out right now. So again, the Prime Minister was shot multiple times. After a government meeting, he was outside greeting some people, some members of the public, and a guy just shot him multiple times. He's in life-threatening condition. He's been in surgery for over 2 hours. The shooter was apparently a 71-year-old amateur writer. Thanks to our new member, Richard Labida. All right, here's what I'm going to do, guys. We're going to stay on the air, but I'm going to take like a 5-minute break or so, okay? A little bit slow with updates right now. I'm going to take about a 5-minute break. I'm going to come back, and we'll see if we have more information. So give me about 5 minutes, all right? Give me about 5 minutes. I'll be back, and we'll bring you more updates here. 5 minutes or so. We'll give you more updates soon when I come back. Hey everybody, thanks for your patience. So just getting back to this, I'm going to check and see if we have any updates on the condition of Slovakian Prime Minister Robert Fico. You know what I have to do? I have to take about 5 more seconds because I'm hearing 2 of myself. Give me about 8 seconds. Okay, sorry about that. Let's see if we have any updates from the local outlets there. I have an update. This is from the news outlet Pravda in Slovakia. It's not Russian Pravda, it's Slovakia Pravda. They say, according to an anonymous source, so it's not very well sourced. Pravda says, according to an anonymous source, the Prime Minister was shot in the stomach while one of the bullets went through his intestine. The source claims that Fico is bleeding in the abdominal cavity and the doctors cannot find the source of the bleeding. Again, Pravda says, an anonymous source says, the Prime Minister was shot in the stomach, one of the bullets went through his intestine, Fico is bleeding in the abdominal cavity and the doctors cannot find the source of the bleeding. I don't know if that's true. I'm just passing that along. So, again, I can't confirm that information. That's a report from one of the local news outlets there. So, that's not positive news, but maybe it's not true. He's been in surgery for like close to 3 hours now. Oh, another update. Update from Denik. The Slovakian news outlet Denik reports that the son of the suspected shooter denied his father ever openly mentioned the attack or killing Fico. Also, he's claimed his father is a psychiatric patient. Then, when asked whether his father harbored a hateful relationship toward Fico, the son replied, "I'll tell you this, he didn't vote for him. That's all I can say about it." The son says he has no idea why his father did this. Yeah, his son says he's in shock, according to Actuality in Slovakia. Yeah, this, according to Actuality in Slovakia, the son of the shooter denied his father ever openly mentioned attacking or killing a politician. Oh, he didn't. I'm sorry. There was a bad translation. So, the son denied that his father was ever a psychiatric patient. Okay? So, it's tough because I'm going off of translations here, and sometimes the translations are a little messed up. So, just to be clear, I'm looking at the actual article, and it says the son denied his father was ever a psychiatric patient, or was currently a psychiatric patient. Okay? But the son is saying he's shocked by this and doesn't know why his dad did it, according to an interview with him. Another acquaintance of the shooter told the outlet Actuality that he was shocked by what happened and said the shooter had never expressed himself like this. Sometimes he could comment on something about the government he didn't like, but again, so for whatever it's worth, you have his son and an acquaintance of his who had, the acquaintance had, I guess, several years ago founded this movement called Against Violence with the suspect. But anyways, so it seems like he knew him fairly well. But both the son and this acquaintance say like they're shocked and like this is not something they thought would happen, and he hadn't talked about doing something like this or that kind of thing. So, I don't know exactly. I certainly don't know much about this shooter, but we haven't had anybody coming out and saying, so far, oh, he was talking about doing something like this. Apparently, he owned the gun legally. There's a new video. I've posted a couple videos. I've reposted a couple videos, including a video of the actual attempt on my X account. I can't show it here for terms of service reasons, but my X account, I am posting these videos on my X account, or links to them, reposting them. So you can go to my X account and see the original posts by the people who posted them. And I am posting a link to my X account right now in the chat. So if you want to see those videos, go there. Great Awakening says multiple accounts have shooter on video, confessions, and handcuffs. I've seen photos of the shooter on the ground. Yeah, as Artful Nothing said, he's an amateur writer and known for writing some poetry and maybe other writing as well. I mean, it certainly seems like a very serious situation, given that he is... 3 hours ago, they said he was in life-threatening condition, his own Facebook page, and he's still in surgery from what we're hearing. So, this happened earlier today, several hours ago. Again, though, I reposted on my X account. There's actually a video of the assassination attempt. So basically, after a government meeting, the prime minister walked up to this fence where a bunch of people were standing to greet them, and this guy was just standing there, and he reached over the fence right next to him, and he started shooting at him. You could hear 5 shots, I think, in the video. At least 5 shots. Yeah, oh yeah, Mata, I already posted that. Mata Jalipton mentioned a video on YouTube, another video of the actual shooting. Yeah, I actually posted that in the chat a little while ago. RTV Privzda or something, Privzda. I posted my X account. I don't know why you're saying I didn't. I literally posted my X account in the chat. At Lookner, Lookner. Yeah, I'll post the link to the channel. There's a news channel on YouTube that posted a video of this. So you can go to the news channel and look at the first video and you'll see it. I just posted the link to the news channel on YouTube. Oh, I don't yeah. So I don't know why the link to my Twitter didn't post right in the chat, because I it literally, yeah, I just posted it again. I mean, I'm literally looking at what I posted, and I posted a link to my. I don't know why it would come out some other way. It's literally a link. I'm reading the link. It's to my Twitter account. Oh, what is this here? Yeah. BNO News said a barge hit the Pelican Island Bridge in Galveston, causing a railway to collapse. There's a, KHOU says the Pelican Island Causeway is closed in both directions after a barge hit. I'm not aware that anyone was hurt. I'll post a link to this too. I'll post a link to it. You can go check that out if you want. No injuries reported, but part of this bridge fell off. It's like, probably looks like about a 20-foot high bridge. Part of the bridge fell off because a barge hit. Anyways. Our viewer, John Parsons, thinks it was a terrible breakdown of security to allow someone with a gun to get so close to a head of state. So again, he has been in surgery for about 3 hours now. We have not gotten an official update on his condition. Again, he was shot several times, and I'll repeat again, the news outlet Pravda says that an anonymous source says he was shot in the stomach and while one of the bullets went through his intestine, and the source claims that he is bleeding in the abdominal cavity and the doctors cannot find the source of the bleeding. So I don't know if that's true. But he was shot multiple times. Another news outlet there, Pravda had reported he got shot once in the abdominal cavity and the other injuries he sustained were not life-threatening. So they were reporting that the major injury was from being shot in the abdominal cavity. SME, which is in Slovakia, says the police asked the media to turn off comments on social networks and under articles relating to the shooting of the Prime Minister. And the police warned that comments that will fulfill the essence of a crime or misdemeanor will not go unnoticed. That's from SME. Somebody replied to me with a video of the guy, which won't be in English, but apparently that's him. I'm looking at him. I'll see if I can find anybody else posting this. But it looks like there's a video of the guy like sitting in a hallway handcuffed talking. I think one of our viewers might have been talking about that. I haven't verified it though. Oh, look. I'm going to post this right now. So I haven't, hold on. Okay, so I'm going to post something. I'm going to post a link in the chat right now. So this person I follow on, who's reliable, Max23, they just posted a video that does appear to be the shooter, because I've seen another picture of the shooter. So this appears to be the shooter, and Max says he said he did it because he did not agree with the government's policies. Another person replied to me saying that in the video, he said he does not agree with the policy of the authorities with the elimination of mass media and attacks on the press. So anyways, I just posted the link to that. It's not graphic, I just posted the link in the chat. You can actually watch it. But it does appear to be a video of the shooter like in a hallway or just maybe in a police station talking about it. But that picture, the video, the guy in the video matches the photo I have seen of a guy on the ground that one of the news outlets posted. Look, I told you the Interior Minister of Slovakia already said that he believed this was done for political reasons. But I don't know if somebody can translate that. I don't know the language, so I can't translate it. But I've seen multiple accounts of what the person said. Lopata says he's saying he disagrees with the government policies, and then the possible police person says, so a month ago you decided to ... Michael Portnoy says, I'm scared what if this happens in the United States of America? Well, I mean, you know, I think it's terrible if it happens anywhere, and I have read that the politics there has been more divisive lately in Slovakia. I've shown you some editorials and comments from government people there who say they're concerned for the democracy there. Mr. Bigley says the guy that did this probably just made the problems he disagreed with way worse. And just to repeat, I am, as we go along, when there's videos that come out, I am posting them or reposting them on my X feed. So there's limits to what I can actually show on the air, but if you go to my X feed, you can scroll back and find the different videos. Oh, I have the translation. Started Up, which is a media outlet. Well, I have they posted the original version, but then I have a translation of it. So according to Started Up, what he says is, I do not agree with the government's policy. Are the mass media liquidated? Why is RTVS being attacked? Why is Mazak fired from his position? RTVS is radio and television, is the nationwide public broadcaster, by the way. BBC has a story from April which says Slovakia's populist government to replace public broadcaster. And BBC reported a few weeks ago that the Slovak government approved a proposal to abolish the public broadcaster and replace it with a new body, prompting renewed fears for the independence of the media under Robert Fico's populist nationalist coalition government. So he was upset, apparently, over the government getting rid of the public broadcaster. Because he did say, that's one of the things he was upset about. Because he said, I do not agree with the government's policy. Are the mass media liquidated? Why is the public broadcaster RTVS being attacked? Then he said, why is Mazak fired from his position? Was he the person who ran the public broadcaster? That I don't know. No, I think maybe it's Jan Mazak he's talking about. Let's see. Maybe I'm wrong. Hold on. I'm looking at an article about Jan Mazak, which I'm probably pronouncing wrong, but it says that he had been dismissed from, this guy Mazak had been dismissed from the post of chairman of Judicial Council. Anyways, so that video that just came out, the person again, the shooter says, I do not agree with the government's policy. Are the mass media being liquidated? Why is RTVS being attacked? Meaning, referring to the Fico government getting rid of the public broadcaster and replacing it. And also he said, why is Mazak fired from his position? He was, I believe, the chairman of the Judicial Council there. I don't know the background on that. But yeah, I mean, it sounds like, oh, another update here. The Minister of Labor, according to Started Up, in Slovakia, the Minister of Labor says the situation is still serious. He is undergoing an operation that will take a long time. Robert Fico is a great fighter. So the Minister of Labor says the situation is still serious. He is undergoing an operation that will take a long time. Robert Fico is a great fighter. But it certainly looks like from that video that this was someone who did not agree with the government and politically, and that it looks like that's why he did it. Now, I'm guessing there's worries in the country, you don't want more violence now, right? So I'm guessing that's going to be a huge concern there, is you don't want somebody else doing something. Oh, hey, look, see, so I mentioned to you guys, I said if you watch the video of the shooting, and again, you can go to my X account, I have reposted a video of it there. My X account is @Lookner on X. I said, if you watch the video of the shooting, one thing I noticed is like, the guy who shoots him, the Prime Minister walks over to this fence where people are standing, the guy is standing there, the shooter, and he reaches over, points a gun at Fico and fires 5 shots. And what I said is, I noted that it kind of took a while, like, I said I could imagine situations where if security is looking for it, if you do this, they're already noticing that and that you won't have time to get off that many shots. So anyways, I just saw an article from CAS, which is a publication in Slovakia, and it says they interviewed a security analyst who said the shooter should have been taken care of after the first shot. He said, the security analyst they talked to said, the security guards serve as a Spartan human shield to intercept the next threat. However, several shots were fired here and some hit the target. The efficiency is not what it should have been. He said, security has been underestimated for a long time. Yeah, so again, the headline of that article says, the shooter should have been pacified after the first shot. That's a security analyst in this Slovakian publication. Oh, there's going to be a press briefing in 2 minutes. In 2 minutes, there will be a press briefing at the hospital. Okay, guys? I just saw this reported from Denik. I just saw this reported in Denik. Okay, I have another update here. So, but in 2 minutes there will be a press briefing. It's not going to be in English, but it'll be at the hospital. It says at 7:30 p.m. And right now it is 7:29 p.m. Okay, so we should get more information very shortly on this. Oh, I might have some footage to show you. Hang on. I'm supposed to get a shot of the exterior of the hospital. When I have that, I'll let you know. Oh, I think I'm gonna have the press conference possibly. I might have video of the press conference, guys. But I'm supposed to have video of the press conference from Reuters, but it won't be in English. So I'm looking for that right now. So again, at any moment now, there's supposed to be a press briefing from Slovakia, from the hospital. Maybe some of our viewers know the language and can translate as it happens. Excuse me. I got my eyes out waiting for it. And again, in a short video clip released of the suspect after he was arrested, he said, "I do not agree with the government's policy. Are the media liquidated? Why is RTVS being attacked?" RTVS is a public broadcaster there who the Fico government recently said they're going to shut down and replace the public broadcaster. And he also said, "Why is Mazak fired from his position?" And Mazak, I don't know much about this, but Mazak, I guess, was the chairman of the Judicial Council, and he had been fired recently. So it does seem that this shooter had political complaints, and it seems like the shooter had a political motive and did not agree with the government's politics. Now, I will say this. Actuality says that the video is taken from the police department, where the shooter says he does not agree with the policy of the current government. They do say that it's not totally clear that the video was made today. My guess is it was made today, but that's a fair point. It has not been confirmed. The Minister of Labor told a TV channel in Slovakia that the Prime Minister's health is serious. They are still operating on him. And it will be a longer operation because the attacker hit several organs of the Prime Minister. Okay? Again, the Minister of Labor, according to Actuality, the Minister of Labor said that it's going to be a longer operation because the attacker hit several organs of the Prime Minister. There's supposed to be, any moment now, a press conference from the hospital. It was supposed to start 4 minutes ago. but it has not started yet. Reuters says that Slovakia has little history of political violence. So we're waiting for this press conference. Thank you, Rita, by the way. Thank you, Rita. And thanks to our new member, Jeremiah Merrill. New York Times says Fico, Prime Minister Fico is the founder of the Smer Party, which started out on the political left, but has increasingly embraced right-wing views on immigration and cultural issues. Much of the international focus on his leadership in recent years has focused on his ties to President Putin of Russia and to Prime Minister Viktor Orban of Hungary, Slovakia's southern neighbor. Fico has aligned with the Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban in opposing aid to Ukraine and challenging mainstream opinions within the European Union. Sky News says he is known for foul-mouthed tirades against journalists and has campaigned against immigration and LGBTQ plus rights. He has previously opposed EU sanctions on Russia and has been against Ukraine joining NATO. He believes the U.S. and other nations should use their influence to force Russia and Ukraine to strike a compromise peace deal. He has also repeated Putin's unsupported claim that the Ukrainian government runs a Nazi state from which ethnic Russians in the country need protection. No press conference yet. It was supposed to start like 10 minutes ago. The location of the meeting. Okay, I just saw that the press briefing location was moved. Actuality says, due to the great interest of the media, the location of the briefing was moved to larger premises there at the hospital. All journalists are being checked. So who knows when it's going to start now. Yeah, here's something else about a security. This is interesting. This is from Denik, Denik, the Slovakian outlet. They report that the former head of the Office for Protection of Constitutional Officials said the security forces made mistakes. He said when four or five shots are fired, someone is guilty. The security is probably not in order. I didn't see anyone jumping in front of the prime minister, he said. So he was critical of the fact that this shooter just stuck out his arm and shot 5 different shots at the prime minister. He thought that there weren't enough security forces there, he said. He said it may happen that the first blow comes out, but the second one must not. So he is being critical of this, the fact that so many shots were allowed to be fired at him. And then also, I guess it's a little confusing. Well, I don't even want to mention that right now. So again, shortly there's supposed to be a press conference. Somebody mentioned a new report, which I haven't seen. Let me see if I can find it here. Breaking news. TA3, one of the viewers said this, and I just saw it myself. Online.hn reports that the Prime Minister is in stable condition and is communicating, reported TA3 television. Okay? That is a television channel in Slovakia. Okay? That just came out. So, just to confirm this, Slovakian news outlet HN reports that Slovakian TV channel TA3 is saying that Prime Minister Fico is in stable condition and is communicating. So again, according to the news outlet HN in Slovakia, they are saying that TV channel TA3 in Slovakia, I assume they saw it, said that the Prime Minister is in stable condition and is communicating. That would be positive news. That's a new report. Star Quilt says if that's true, he is one lucky man. I have a feeling security is getting fired. Yes, also, yes, Pravda, which is a Slovakian news outlet, same thing. Prime Minister Fico is in stable condition. According to TA3, Prime Minister Fico is in stable condition and is communicating. According to the television channel, this gives hope that he will survive the assassination. Yeah, everybody, I'm seeing multiple outlets in Slovakia are all reporting that TA3 channel in Slovakia said that the prime minister is in stable condition and is communicating. So if that's true, that is positive. Hey guys, really quick, people keep talking in the chat about this Galveston barge crash. I just want to make sure people know it's not like the Baltimore bridge collapse. We talked about this a little while ago. I've posted a link on my Twitter feed. But a barge, but not a giant container ship, ran into a bridge in Galveston or near Galveston, Pelican Island Causeway, and part of the bridge fell off, and they've closed it. There are no injuries, but it's not like the Baltimore bridge collapse. I just want people to know that. Okay, I'm not going to get all into it now, but I think some people might be confused and think it's another Baltimore bridge collapse. It's very different. Yeah, I'll post a link to it right now, but you'll see it's quite different. I just posted a link in the chat. There is an oil spill of some sort. That's in Galveston. Again, right now, the only report that the Prime Minister is stable and communicating is coming from TA3 channel in Slovakia. I would not be surprised if that is what the press conference is about. Because I don't think they would have scheduled a press conference unless they had something significant to announce. So my guess is I'm hoping that's not bad news. Yeah, so again, TA3, this channel in Slovakia, is saying that he is in stable condition and communicating. And for updates, I see some people are asking stuff because people come in and out of the chat about stuff we've covered. I am posting all the updates on my X account. So I would check out my X account. You can scroll back and see the updates. I just posted the link in the chat to my X account. Oops, sorry. That's my phone. Apologies. Sorry, just going over some of the messages. Martin Duricki, who is, I believe, from Slovakia and works in the government, works for a political party there, he wrote to me and said, the politics lately there are very divided. The Fico government sent many polarizing law proposals into the parliament. Biggest of them was abolishment of special prosecution. As I said, it led to massive protests and the opposition was blocking parliament for months. Also, he says, he points out that the changes being made to public television station, they are trying to make it a state TV station, he said. Even today, he said there was supposed to be a protest called Save the RTVS, the public broadcaster. And he said, as we've heard, that in the video of the suspect, he's saying, I don't agree with the government. They are attacking media and journalists. I'm going to check. I'm going to change this to seriously injured because previously it said we heard he was in life-threatening condition. Actually, I'm going to keep it because we haven't gotten an update yet. I'll say seriously wounded because we've seen that a local station is saying that, is claiming that he is in stable condition and is communicating. So I'm not sure if he's still in life-threatening condition. So for the moment, we'll see. Actually, I can quote this because this was posted on the in life-threatening condition. Leave that for now. Because that's from his Facebook page. But that we might update that soon. Danushko is watching from Slovakia. Yeah, I mean, so again, this is. I hope he survives. But again, there is a video floating around, apparently, of the suspect, and I posted this on my X account, where he talks about disagreeing with the government's policies, disagreeing with them cracking down on the media, for example. Yeah, I'm looking at an article right now talking about this. There's an article from, he talked about why was the special, I believe so recently there's an article I'm looking at by AP from a few months ago, where they talk about how there's like an article from AP where it says thousands rally in Slovakia against the government's plan to close the special prosecutor's office. That was from a few months ago. And then there's an article from Juris News in March saying a European Commission spokesperson expressed regret to Reuters in March over Slovakia dissolving its special prosecutor's office without safeguards to ensure the continuity of effective investigations in the country. That was a policy that that Prime Minister Fico carried out. That office handled serious cases, including corruption and organized crimes in the country. It oversaw a corruption case against a close associate and indicted. It oversaw the corruption case against a member of Fico's party and indicted a close associate of Fico. Thanks to Berenico, by the way. So this press conference still hasn't happened yet. I'm going to change this to seriously wounded because I just don't know if that report is true that he is. There's a report from one of the television stations that he is in stable condition and communicating. So we'll put seriously wounded. And we'll get you an update on that. Okay, guys, here's what we're going to do. So we're still doing our coverage. We've been on the air for a while, kind of waiting for information on this. I know there's supposed to be updates soon. So I actually need to go for a few minutes and do something. I had something I need to do. But I'm going to, it's here. But I need to take a few minute break is what I'm saying. So I'm going to come back in a few minutes. You know, it might be like 15 minutes or something like that. So I'm sorry, but it just kind of, the broadcast went longer than I thought it would. So I'll be back with an update on this. Again, I'm sorry, but it's like a commitment I have to do. So I'll be back for a few minutes and we'll talk more about what's going on. Okay, so I apologize, but just kind of the way the day worked out. And it's not so urgent. It's not like we're getting urgent updates every 5 seconds. So I'm going to actually go do this thing. There's circumstances in which I wouldn't, but at this point I should do it. So let me do this. Steve will be back in a few minutes. Okay, so I'll be back. Be patient. Oh, guys, I think the press conference is going on now, but I got to go do this. I think the press conference is going on now, by the way. I don't have video of it, but I need to go do this. So if I haven't, I know the press conference is on now. I'll come back and I'll give an update on the press conference. I'm sorry, I need to do this right now. So I'll be back in a few minutes.
Páchateľ vystrelil 5 výstrelov a predseda vlády je dnes v kritickom stave, ako tu už bolo povedané, stále na operačnom stole. Chcem v prvom rade uistiť verejnosť, že urobíme všetko preto, aby sme tento ohavný čin vyšetrili. Robíme tak aj v týchto minútach a hodinách. Tie prvotné informácie, ktoré máme, hovoria o jasnej politickej motivácii a že rozhodnutie padlo krátko po prezidentských voľbách. Chcem vyzvať verejnosť, chcem vyzvať vás, novinárov, chcem vyzvať všetkých politikov, aby sme prestali šíriť nenávisť. Chcem vyzvať všetkých občanov, ktorí po tomto bezprecedentnom ohavnom akte na sociálnych sieťach túto nenávisť šírili, aby s tým okamžite prestali. Chcem ich upozorniť, že orgány činné v trestnom konaní budú konať a ani jeden z tých skutkov, ktoré navádzajú a schvaľujú tento nenávistný čin, neostane nepotrestaný. A teraz nehovorím iba o schvaľovaní tohto atentátu, ale chcem sa prihovoriť všetkým občanom. Odpoveď na nenávisť nie je a nemôže byť nenávisť. Preto vás všetkých prosím, aby sme prestali, aby sa prestali hromaždiť útoky a prejavy nenávisti aj v rámci sociálnych sietí, aj v rámci médií, ktoré smerujú na ten alebo onen politický tábor. A je úplne jedno, či ide o opozíciu alebo ide o koalíciu. Prosím, prestaňme s tým hneď v tejto chvíli. Orgány činné v trestnom konaní a policajný zbor robili všetko preto, aby sme zabezpečili ochranu ústavných činiteľov, aj poslancov Národnej rady. Tí sú teraz ešte v týchto chvíľach v Národnej rade, kde je zabezpečený špeciálny režim pre nich. V najbližších dňoch bude posilnená ochrana všetkých ústavných činiteľov. Rovnako bude posilnená policajná ochrana aj viacerých médií, ale aj viacerých nielen ústavných činiteľov a predstaviteľov vládnej koalície, ale aj opozície. Pretože z toho, čo sa rozpútalo, čo zasiali ste mnohí tú nenávisť, tak sa z toho dnes stala búrka. A my tu stojíme pomaly pred prahom občianskej vojny, pretože také nenávistné komentáre sú dnes na sociálnych sieťach. Preto ja prosím, prestaňme s tým okamžite. Toto vyvrcholenie a tento atentát na premiéra je toho iba celým potvrdením. Budeme robiť všetko preto, aby sme bezpečnosť ústavných činiteľov ochránili, aj politikov, na ktorých smerujú útoky, aj z tých z radov opozície, aj na všetkých novinárov. Preto prosím, kľud, nevytvárajme tu nenávisť. Budem apelovať aj na podpredsedu vlády, aby sme zajtra zvolali Bránnu bezpečnostnú radu, aby sme prijali a vyhodnotili situáciu, ktorá dnes je a ktorá, zopakujem, je tým najsmutnejším dňom pre demokraciu na Slovensku ako takú. Pretože ešte raz, útok, atentát na predsedu vlády je útokom na demokraciu. Ďakujem pekne.
Ďakujem pekne, pán minister. Nech sa páči.
Len to vadí ten, pán minister, môžete potvrdiť, že to je šlo útočníka o 71-ročného možno zvoladiť zajaca?
Myslím, že tu môžem potvrdiť, áno.
A keď ste hovorili, že išlo o politicky motivovaný čin, môžete to nejak špecifikovať podľa informácií?
Podľa jeho výpovedí, ktorý mal ešte pred výsluchom a podľa prvotných informácií, ktoré nám na základe operatívnych vyjadrení poskytol.
Ste hovorili, že stav pána premiéra je vážny. Že je tu práve kvôli tomu zásahu do brucha, alebo aké zdravotné komplikácie tam nastali?
Nebudeme sa vyjadrovať k akýmkoľvek detailom. Ten stav, ktorý máme, informácia od operujúceho je, že pán premiér je v kritickom stave a je v ohrození života. To sú informácie, ktoré sme bezprostredne pred asi hodinou dostali a stále je na operačnom stole.
Myslím si, že všetci zdravotní pracovníci, ktorí sa venovali zdravotnému stavu predsedu vlády, robili svoju prácu maximálne zodpovedne a v tejto chvíli na to nevidím žiadny dôvod od prvého ošetrenia v Handlovej cez prevoz až po začiatok operácie pred viac ako 3,5 hodinami približne. A je obrovský lekársky tím, ktorý sa snaží zvrátiť následky tohto atentátu.
Ja by som sa pýtala, pán minister, že či pri tom útočníkovi už viete povedať, že či ho mal tam nejakom plnom uvedomoval si to, alebo tam príde nejaké psychiatrické vyšetrenie?
Stále to vyšetrenie a vyšetrovanie prebieha, čiže z tohto pohľadu sa neviem vyjadriť. Aj zajtra policajný zbor bude mať tlačovú konferenciu, kde vás budeme informovať o tých detailoch, ale z toho, čo môžem povedať, môžem to povedať otvorene, tento atentát bol politicky motivovaný a rozhodnutie páchateľa sa zrodilo tesne po prezidentských voľbách.
Hovorili, že nejakým spôsobom sa posilní tá ochrana, teda nielen ústavných činiteľov, alebo teda stranických niektorých politikov, ale hovorili ste aj o niektorých médiách, že to sa akým spôsobom udeje. Nehovorím, že vy máte hovoriť nejaké naše operatívne postupy, ale...
Urobíme všetko preto, aby bezpečnosť ľudí na Slovensku bola garantovaná a bola chránená.
Sa Kubánu prevezme, že možno aj na kolegiu, ako hodnotíte možno vyjadrenie Miloša Bláhu, ktorý je jedným pačom briefing hovoril, že priamo novinári sú vinní za tú aktuálnu situáciu.
Ja som dnes sledoval kritický stav premiéra, ja som s ním bol aj na operačnej sále v nemocnici v Handlovej spolu s pánom ministrom. Toto je to, čo ma zaujímalo. Zaujímalo ma to, ako niekto môže riešiť nenávisť takouto cestou. A ešte raz, prosím, nech nie je nenávisť odpoveďou na nenávisť. To je celé. To je výzva pre všetkých politikov a samozrejme aj my by sme si dnes mohli častokrát povedať niečo, ale radšej si v tejto chvíli zahryzneme do jazyka a to prosím aj pre celú spoločnosť, aby sme sa ukľudnili, aby sme sa tu neišli zblázniť a navzájom pozabíjať len preto, že nedokážeme rešpektovať cudzí názor.
No, ja by som povedal iba jednu vec. Ja si myslím osobne, že je veľké množstvo ľudí, ktorí dnes by sa mali pozrieť do zrkadla a uvedomiť si, že snahou zaujať a hyperbolizovať niektoré problémy, ktoré nesúvisia v skutočnosti s životom na Slovensku, ale len realizáciou svojich osobných frustrácií, je to, čo sa musí zmeniť. A že dlhé roky sme vždy mali k tomu veľmi veľkorysý prístup. Ale ani neboli sme my tí, ktorí hovorili o nejakej pomste a o komkoľvek. My sme neboli tí, ktorí zneužívali systém, ktorí zneužívali trestné právo, ktorí používali svoje statusy a stanoviská na to, aby ostatným ľuďom nadávali a používali hate speech. Takže z tohto pohľadu je to naozaj čas na vlastne povedať do zrkadla. My nejdeme vynášať akékoľvek súdy o tom, že to bol atentát s politickým pozadím, nie je pochyb, a vy to veľmi dobre viete. A ja sa s tým neviem vnútorne vysporiadať. Bol som schopný absolvovať akékoľvek debaty, mnohé veci sme možno prehliadali, ale neschopnosť akceptovať vôľu nejakej časti verejnosti, ktorá sa nejakej skupine ľudí nepáči, je výsledkom, ku ktorému sme sa dnes dopracovali. Túto situáciu, pán kolega, môžeme riešiť, že či vy máte alebo nemáte rád pána Ľuboša Blahu. My momentálne bojujeme o život Roberta Fica ako premiéra, ktorý s najvyššou podporou podľa demokratických tradícií vedie túto krajinu. A ak sa s tým niekto nevie vysporiadať, potom neuznáva ten princíp, o ktorý sme tu viacerí bojovali v roku 1989. Po 30 rokoch sme sa dostali k tomu, že stojíme na tejto tlačovej konferencii. Ja neviem nájsť slová toho, čo a ho sme dnes svedkami. Neviem, či povieme, že Slovensko sa zmenilo, ale my ho také nechceme. Nikto ho také nechce. A nikomu nepomôže, že budeme teraz hľadať, poďme teraz. Nie, zastavme to. Každý sa zamyslíme, nastavme si zrkadlo a pozrieme sa na to, že čo v skutočnosti je dnes v Slovenskej republike dôležité. A ako si nažívame v tejto časti sveta, ako si nažívajú mnohí iní, kde sú a kde je Slovensko. A kde je Slovensko za posledných 20 rokov. Aby sme sa dopracovali do tejto situácie. Ja myslím, že budeme o tom ešte veľa diskutovať a veľa o tom hovoriť, ale prežil som celý svoj politický život s Robertom Ficom a viem, aký je prvý ten, ktorý základné hodnoty vždy ctil. Vy ste zažili našu jednofarebnú vládu, vy ste zažili všetky typy vlád Smeru. A nepamätám si, že niekto niekedy obmedzil akékoľvek možnosť toho, aby si niečo hovoril a podobne. Ale to, čo sa spustilo posledné týždne a mesiace, je naozaj nepochopiteľné. A našou úlohou je to zastaviť. Pani redaktorka, ja vám jedno zrkadlo kúpim, lebo ho nemáte zjavne.
Mr. Koller, do you think Slovakia has changed today?
I'm not sure if today that is horrible assault. Actually, maybe next days we will be able to react to find what happened. Now I'm just focusing on the status of Robert Fico and his health.
Just very quickly, what you have here.
Thank you. Look, we're just talking about the level of democracy, about capability to understand each other, to accept the other opinion. And not only one is that good one. If somebody have a different opinion, it's also he have also his place on the earth and all in the political field. So this is the issue. What's happened? It's a political assault. It's absolutely clear, and we have to react on that.
Can you say something? Sorry, can you say something about the shooter's identity? Or
Not today.
Yeah,
We will inform in coming days.
Yes.
Som sa ešte spýtať, že vám vyniklo nejaké video, na ktorom útočník už teda zhodnotil ten svoj čin. Ja som už to osobne nevidel, ale vy už ste toto video videli, ako to hodnotíte?
Ja som vám povedal, že my sme dnes riešili stav s premiérom. Ja som nesledoval ani sociálne siete, ani vyjadrenia žiadnych politikov. Iba raz ešte apelujem na to, aby sa všetci v rámci spoločnosti ukľudnili. Aj tí, ktorí vehementne schvaľujú tento ohavný čin a želajú si, aby bol ešte viacej dokončený, ale aj tí ostatní, ktorí chcú nejakú pomstu alebo niečo podobné. Prosím, prestaňme s tým čo najskôr a tu prosím aj vás, médiá, aby ste využili vašu silu, váš vplyv, pretože doteraz to boli mnohí z vás, ktorí tú nenávisť siali. Tak vás chcem dnes poprosiť, aby ste si uvedomili aj vašu spoločenskú zodpovednosť a urobili všetko preto, aby ste aj vy tú spoločnosť ukľudnili.
Ďakujeme veľmi pekne.
Sledovali ste briefing z Rooseveltovej nemocnice v Banskej Bystrici, kde sa médiá
Hey guys, I am so sorry about that. That was kind of a unique situation that normally would not happen. So I just got back. I'm sure you know more than me right now because the press conference was literally starting right when I had to run off. So I really normally that would not happen. It was just a weird day. And anyways, so I assume they said something in the press conference. My question was it different than it was already reported? And I'm checking right now. And it says his condition is still serious. His condition is still serious? Hold on. I see the Interior Minister said he is still on the operating table in critical condition. Okay. And the Defense Minister said he had several gunshot wounds. His health condition is extremely serious. The operation is still going on. Okay. So that's what I'm seeing in different media reports about the press conference. Let me just check a couple other things here and make sure I got that right. Yes, the defense minister said he's still being operated on. He has been operated on for 3 hours, and his health is still very serious. Okay? Again, I greatly apologize. That's normally not what would happen. It was just really bad timing. Hang on a second here. Yeah. So again, I'm just looking at some of the Slovakian press with translations of what was said, and again, let me just add here. Okay, so a couple things. The Interior Minister said that the Interior Minister said that there was a clear political motivation, and the shooter decided to attack the Prime Minister after the presidential elections. Okay? And he is in critical condition. The defense minister said he is in critical condition and his life is still in danger, and the operation has been going on for 3.5 hours. And the condition is very complicated. So he's still in life-threatening condition. So yeah, that report from TV3, was it? There was some TV channel, TA3, that claimed he was in stable condition and was communicating. That apparently is not true. The one and only said he also said not to believe the misinformation. The reporting, Outlaw Thorne says, where was he shot? The reporting I've seen says he was shot multiple times, but Pravda in Slovakia said the worst shot was in the abdomen. Oh, Dean R. says Sky News had the press conference translated. Yes, you could probably go back and watch it on Sky News. Also, the Minister of Interior said after this happened, now that this has happened, the protection of officials in some media will be strengthened. the security protection. Yeah, so the report that he was stable, that appears to be false. Okay, so again, he is still in surgery. He is in life-threatening condition. He's been in surgery over 3.5 hours after being shot by a 71-year-old writer, apparently. That's been reported in multiple outlets that the person who shot him is 71 years old and apparently had political grievances. The government is saying that this was a political assassination attempt, and there's a video floating around which local media has talked about, which I posted a clip of on my X account, or reposted a clip of, where the guy reportedly says that, what was the comments he gave? It was, he complains that, he complains that the government has been going after the media and complains about the government attacking the public broadcaster there. Recently, the government, I guess, said it was going to eliminate the public broadcasting channel and replace it with a different channel. And he also, I think, mentioned the firing of an official, I think the chairman of the Judicial Council, that he didn't agree with. So, again, from that video and from what the government said, this is someone who had a political motivation to do this. That's what we've heard right now. I mean, again, that's just the evidence we have, what the government is saying and what the video says. Reportedly a 71-year-old amateur writer. And one of the, I showed you that, I told you earlier, one of the outlets in Slovakia reported that the son of the suspect and an acquaintance of the suspect both said they were shocked by this, and they had never heard him talk about like doing a violent attack on a politician before. Yeah, and also, another quote here, MNT says that the defense minister said Robert Fico is in critical condition. His life is still in danger. The operation has been going on for over 3.5 hours. And they said, we believe he will be strong enough to handle this trauma. Random Gaming thinks he must have more motivation than that. We haven't heard it that yet, so You know, again, the government is saying it was a politically motivated act, and there's that video clip of him complaining about the government policies. But we'll see what else we hear about this. And just again to summarize a little background about him, we've talked about this. Fico has been for, I believe, several decades the most prominent political figure in Slovakia, and he is the head of, the top political figure in the government there right now, and this is his fourth time serving as prime minister, and he was elected for the fourth time at the end of last year, I believe. And the New York Times said that when he won last year, he won in part on a message of social conservatism, nationalism, anti-LGBTQ rhetoric, and promises of generous welfare programs. But he also, they said it was another key plank of his campaign that alarmed many countries in the West, his unsparing support for Russia in its war against Ukraine. The Times says a public opinion poll in March 2023 found 51% of Slovaks believed that either the West or Ukraine were primarily responsible for the war. Fico capitalized on the sentiment, campaigning on stopping all arms shipments to Ukraine while blaming Russia and Ukraine equally for the war. And Fico halted all military aid to Ukraine. But I also read you an article that said that Fico has, as the years have gone along, changed his views. And the article suggested that he changed his views over the years basically for political reasons. And then the Times says his party, Smer, is normally leftist but has moved to the right on immigration and cultural issues. And then, there's also articles out there that talk about how what his policy toward the media has been. There's an article from just 4 days ago. Just 4 days ago, there was an article in Politico that says Slovakia's Fico plots to dismantle the free press. Journalists warn that the new populist prime minister is trying to sideline those in the media he disagrees with. In the article from Politico says, since winning the election last fall, Fico and his coalition allies have dismayed Brussels by seeming to lurch toward the governance style of Hungary's strongman Prime Minister Viktor Orban, including by abolishing a key anti-corruption office, halting state military support to Ukraine, parroting Moscow talking points, and now attempting to subjugate public media in an attempt to give the coalition even greater control. So it does... On the face, I can't be sure. That video that came out of the suspect talking seems to show that the suspect was upset about some of these policies. I can't be sure. The government is saying this was a politically motivated attack by somebody who did not agree with the government policies. So anyways, that's what we know right now. We don't have a lot of details on this, but I hope they can avoid, first of all, I hope he survives. And second of all, I hope they can avoid more violence there, You certainly don't want it to be the case that somebody else commits a violent act to respond to this violent act. Okay. Some people are asking about, could this start a larger war like happened in World War I? You know, it's like, so right, there's nothing right now that would suggest that it would spill over. I mean, I think for that to happen, you'd have to have some evidence that some other country was involved with this. And I've heard no one, including people in the government in Slovakia, accuse some other country of being involved. So right now it seems like a domestic thing. Yeah, or Peter Popper says somebody else, you could have somebody try to respond with violence, or somebody else could do some kind of copycat thing. So let's hope, for the sake of Slovakia, we don't have more violence there. I've seen a lot of comment from various officials and various, I believe in multiple parties in the government, say they're concerned about this, and they want to calm things down there. But I mean, I think one thing a viewer had mentioned before is, if something like this happened to America, in America, you could imagine, you know, the anger and passions that would rise from that. Let's hope it doesn't. Okay. Anyways, guys, we've been on for a while covering this, but I don't know that we'll get any big updates really soon because we just got one in the press conference. By the way, our viewer Parla Media thinks it would not make sense for Ukraine to be involved. Yeah, so I can't speak about, you know, what happened here. I don't know who did what. I certainly think it's possible that this person just was a disgruntled person. I don't know if they were having mental issues at all, too. You know, I mean, if you're in America, you know, people do commit acts of violence on their own, unfortunately. So, you know, we'll have to wait and see if we find out more stuff. Right now, there's no evidence that's been cited by anyone that other countries are involved. And it obviously would be a very provocative thing and a very risky thing for a country to try to take out the Prime Minister of, you know, of Slovakia. GPV thinks most likely this was one deranged individual. Akim Idler thinks it makes sense neither for Ukraine nor Russia to be involved in this assassination attempt. Okay, so I think we're going to start wrapping up this live stream. Again, I've been posting videos. So, like, for example, the video clip of, although you probably won't be able to understand that if you speak English, the video clip of the suspect, and then also, you know, the video of the assassination attempt. I've been reposting stuff on my X account. So if you missed the videos, because I can't show that in the air. Like, if you missed the videos, you can go to my X account and catch up. That's one way you can catch up, is just, if you scroll back on my X account, you'll see some of the videos. So you can go there if you want and just scroll down and they'll pop up from the original posters. But I think we're going to start wrapping up this live stream. I do very much appreciate you guys joining the stream and commenting in the chat and asking questions and stuff. So thank you for tuning in. And if I have updates, I will post them on my X account, which is @Lookner on X. So that's where I'll post updates when I get them. Subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda, Agenda Free TV. Again, I do apologize. It was a rare case today where I had to leave the stream for about 20 minutes. Normally that would not happen, but kind of unavoidable today. So I apologize. I had to leave right then and then come back. I want to say, and also turn on the notifications. I never know when we're going live. It just depends on when breaking news happens. We actually set up our own notification system. It works really well, which you sign up for free, and then the notification system will send you a notification whenever we're going live right beforehand. It's done through Discord. So sign up for that. I'd highly recommend doing that so you don't miss a broadcast. The link to that is at the bottom. The mods will post the link to the notifications right now in the chat. And also you can find it on the description for this video on Facebook and YouTube. And a big thanks to our moderators as well. They are amazing. We cannot have chats without moderators. They are the ones who make the chat rooms possible. So a huge shout out to all of our moderators for being there. People like Ruth Krafasi, DJC Mobile Tech, RJ, Kinetic, all of our moderators who've been over there on YouTube. Huge thanks to you and our Twitch moderators, Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, Good Luck Duck, I got that fire, Papa Bear, and all of our other Twitch moderators, and also our Facebook moderators who've been there, Kay Lowry Body, Christina Neal. Somebody just asked, thank you, Paul Anderson, all of our Facebook mods, thank you. Somebody asked who would take over if he was incapacitated. One of the local outlets said one of the deputy prime ministers would take over. I'm not sure about that, but I remember reading that earlier in one of the local articles. Also, I do very much appreciate everybody. I owe a couple things. Thank you, Red Squirrel 82 for your support, and Anna, and Leonette, and Berenico. Thanks for your support of the channel. You are the ones who keep this channel on the air with your support, so I really appreciate that. And also, thanks to Table Tens for your support on Twitch and Applications, and Mancubus 2 for your support on Twitch. And hang on a moment here. Thanks to our Discord moderators too, by the way. Really appreciate our Discord mods. Hang on one second here. Oh, thanks to Margaret Riley for the Facebook stars. Thank you so much, Margaret. If anybody's interested in being a volunteer mod, by the way, that'd be awesome. We sometimes have a wait list for that, but you can ask our moderators about that. Also, we have a Discord chat. You can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air in our Discord. The link is the same as the notifications link, so you can check that out there. And also appreciate people who are sending in updates, and some people like writing in from the area who know a lot about the area, like Martin Duricki and some of our other viewers. Thank you for writing in and sharing about that. Let's see here. I also wanted to thank our Facebook subscribers. Very much appreciate all of their support on Facebook. People like Billy Joe Drage, Juster Singer, Margaret Riley, Kay Larry Body, Eve Richards, Lacey Carter, Lou Green, all of our Facebook subscribers. Christy Claft, thank you, Christy. Thanks to all of our subscribers over there. All of our Twitch subscribers too, thank you so much. Underjolt, thanks for shouting out the mods. Underjolt, Big Ball of Yarn, Panbo, Shaggy, Gina Pina, Wall Street, Sparky Pilot, thanks for subscribing. Relila, Blue Pip, Applications, thanks Ascertainment for your support on Twitch as well. Mancubus, Pork Binks, Warlord Wolf, thank you. All of our Twitch subscribers and our YouTube members like Brainy Janie, Amy, Oilers Nation, Lucky Minute, UV Lightning, Zarina Mythical, Paula Faust, Evelyn in Maine, Red Squirrel 82, Lunali Syria, Christian Thornton, thanks for being YouTube members, Cherry Cola, Lucky Minute, Great Awakening, Sea Turtle, and all of our YouTube members, thank you. If there's really appreciated. If there's big news later today, I'll be back on the air to cover that big news. Okay. But yeah, this is really big. I mean, this is the leader of an EU and NATO country, and he has been shot in what appears to be an assassination attempt. He is in life-threatening condition, And there's evidence that suggests this was a politically motivated assassination attempt by someone who disagreed with the government policies. So yeah, I hope this is not. We don't see anything more like this in various countries, but quite concerning. Quite concerning. Okay, so yeah, Zarina says this is major. Don't underestimate it. Yeah, it's a really big deal. Okay, so that is it for now. I'm going to wrap this up. Oh, quick reminder, if you do happen to subscribe on YouTube, it's kind of a weird thing there to turn the notifications on. So a reminder, if you want to turn the YouTube notifications on and you subscribe, you got to click the notifications bell and choose all notifications, which I know sounds kind of weird, but that's how you have to do it there. All right, I am going to wrap this up. Again, Ironclad Ranch in Ford says, agreed, Steve, hope this ends. Yeah. And again, you can, the video clips we talked about during the broadcast, I posted them on my X account, so you can see them there. Oh, Mike Prozac was watching from Slovakia. Mike says, I will keep you posted if I see any news from my country. Thank you, Mike. Yeah, and I'm sorry for my limited knowledge of Slovakian politics, but did the best we could here to try to keep you updated. All right, guys, so that is it for now. We've been covering live this attempted assassination of Robert Fico, the Prime Minister of Slovakia. And again, he is in critical condition, still undergoing surgery after 3.5 hours. So, by the way, if you're interested, Sky News has a live shot of the hospital, I think it is. I'm not sure, but it looks like it to me. So you can check out Sky News on YouTube and check that out if you want. All right, that is it for now. Thanks again to our mods, and thank you for watching. And I hope he survives and we don't have to cover anything like this again anytime soon. That is it for now. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.